Alrighty, and we are back. Not in the mood for that. Not in the mood for that either. That smells better. Let's jam out with that for today. Alrighty, let me get situated in front of where I'm working. So yeah, we're back to painting this somewhat like that. So we're gonna get ourselves some paint set up and see if we can't figure out life right quick and go from there. Some more paint added to this, and then after we get some paint added, then we can start messing around with some electronics. I did stop off and I hit the house. I grabbed a couple of LEDs, little yellow LEDs, so we'll be able to put the LED in the lantern. So we'll be able to do the lantern today. Um, we should be able to get it all assembled today, honestly, depending on how the paint dries. I got some spots here that you can see where it didn't quite cover, so I got to paint that up. And then some other spots here where it didn't quite cover very well. So we're gonna go through and do some touch up first and let that dry while we're doing other things like the electrical. Um, I gotta get the hot glue gun out and the soldering iron eventually. Um, we do got the mechanism for the steam effect. So we've got that. I gotta glue this piece into the hole there, which that's gonna be tricky because this is not designed uh, very friendly like. So either which way. Let's see if we can't find ourselves a. It's got a lot of water on it still. That doesn't feel so bad. I'm gonna use that, and then we're gonna use. I think we're gonna use this. Get ourselves some paint and mix it all up and pick up where we left off. And this time I actually remembered to hit the go button. So we actually got the stream going this time. So unlike the majority of it that I painted that didn't have the stream going. So but that's all right. Something to do on a Sunday afternoon. Nothing better to do with life than to paint some models. So let's do that. I wasted a lot of white yesterday, so I think we're gonna use a touch bit less white today. I'll just use a new tray, cause why not? I didn't even clean anything up last night after the lander didn't land until 3 o'clock in the morning, 3:30, 3:30 in the morning by the time the lander actually touched down. And it wasn't until after I went to bed that they actually got a photo from the moon, which was really cool to wake up and see today. That was really cool. So I was pretty stoked about that. And they're doing the same kind of thing. They're using microcontrollers and a bunch of other things to control their rovers and drones and things of this nature, um, which is really cool because that's another prime example of interacting with the real world through computers. Just gonna mix this together today. Old Webby. Good old Webby. I don't know if that's might be excuse me. Turn that up just a touch. Maybe you can hear me better that way. I don't know. I don't know where the audio levels are. Get some paint mixed up. Let's see where we're gonna start. Guess we'll start here. Put another coat on this, and then we can work our way around, I guess. I did not cover it at all in that spot. Sucks. That sucks. Watching on a little bit thicker, I guess. A little bit thicker on that little section there. All right. Gonna get set aside for a while to dry anyways, so there. It makes the red a little bit better too. I think that's a little bit brighter. So we're gonna be going over the whole thing to make sure that it's all the same color. Try not to let it clump up in anywhere. Kind of hard to do, but work our way around, I guess. Just take your time. Just how it goes. Hey, what's going on, Emily? Doing some painting, just doing some touch up on this, getting it one more coat, um, and then I gotta do the roof of this. You can see how it's not solid, so we gotta do some touch up work first, and then after that, hopefully I can get into the electronic aspect of it. I did stop off at the house and get me some LEDs, those over here. So got me some the yellow LEDs, so I should be able to put together the lantern. I picked up a motor driver as well from the house. It's not the one that fits in here. It's too big. Um, bye-bye. So yeah, that's not gonna fit right there. It will sit in here though, so maybe I'll just mock it up in there. But there's one that's small enough to fit inside of here. I don't have that one. I didn't order that one, and I should have. That we will we'll make do with what we've got because a motor driver is a motor driver. Um, they'll serve the same purpose. I had another one. It was a bit bigger, but that was for a bit more voltage. So that one's for the mower bot, and mower bot takes a little bit more power. Eventually, I'll have that set up, and Chat can mow my lawn. And I might even charge him. And then I can charge Chat to mow my lawn. So it's winning. But in the meantime, we gotta get this thing finished up with the paint. So we can continue on with it, get done with it. Once the paint's on, then it's all downhill from there for the most part. I do gotta figure out a little bit of code, but that shouldn't be too terrible. Shouldn't be too terrible. That'll work. Alright, it looks a lot better than what it did. So, first section, Adin. Next section. This is the one that's really bothering me because you can just see how much it didn't cover. So, been looking at that since last night. I'm like, man, that needs so much more paint. That needs so much more. And as I was looking at it, I was like, all right, well, I guess we'll have a Sunday stream of just painting and get this section fixed up, and then, like I said, maybe we'll get into some electronics. It'll be nice. Try to get that into all the imperfections and whatnot. Spread it in there. There are imperfections in it, but nothing you can do about that really, other than bondo it and sand it, and that's way, way too much work. Get it coming out looking perfect, but project would never get done. So we ain't going that route. Route of get it done. right there. It's just not taken. Another coat. Yeah, it's still a little light on the one side, so that's fun. It's alright. We got some. Now we got a tacky layer on there. Add some more, I guess. Like it. Looking good. We got a couple of light spots over here. A little bit more. This is never gonna dry. We gotta let that dry before I mess with it anymore. I'm making it worse. I am making it worse. Alright, let's get the sides of this done. Go through and get all the red that needs to be red. nice. I like that. I like that. Do a little bit of touch up on this side. Let this thing sit for a while. We'll try to figure out what we're gonna do next. Might mess with the headlight. Break out the soldering iron and glue gun and beautiful. All right. Let that sit over there and dry for a bit. Um, what else did I need? Touch up a couple of those, but we're not gonna mess with that right this minute. What else needed red? Anything? Anything need red? What else needed red? Let's take a look over here, see what else we got that is gonna need some red. Oh, yeah. Let's see what we got here. So this is just the bracket that the lantern's gonna sit on, which I think I'm just gonna leave it like it is. Get a little bit of gold on it, black. So I think that looks pretty nice. I think we'll leave that. Now the tricky part is this one again. Alright, let that dry for a minute, because why not? Alright, so this is where the LED is actually going to end up going. It's inside of this. Let that dry. What else do we got? Oh, we gotta hot glue that in place too, so maybe, maybe we change gears for a minute. Gears just for a moment. It's got a lot of paint on it still. That'll work. Good enough for now. Alright, so anybody just joining in, we got the train going. Yes, sir. We got had to hit some more color up here on the top and on the sides. Didn't cover very well, so kind of went through and redid this whole thing. Got most of the spots where it didn't cover. I did pick up some LEDs. So we got LEDs that you can't see because of lighting issues or whatever. I don't know, maybe you can see it in front of me. There you go, you can. So we got a couple of yellow LEDs, one of which is going to go inside of this LED holder. Um, we picked up a motor driver. It is not the one for this design. The one for this design actually fits inside this little notch out right here. This one does not, um, but it will fit in there. So we'll just have a little bit longer wires. Not a big deal. Modifications, man. That's how we do. It ain't got to be perfect. It's just got to work. That's facts. So we do got to get the atomizer bit glued in. There is down inside of there. There's a wick down in there. Um, so the wick absorbs the water, and then what this does is it atomizes the water. So I got to glue this down onto the little ring inside there. That's around it's around the wick. So I got to get that glued in. We got the ESP32. It's already programmed up with somebody else's code, so we'll build his design first, and then we'll butcher into it and change everything. So that's where we're at right now. For anybody wondering that's just joining in, um, and my brain needs to function again because it stopped functioning. That's gonna dry out, so definitely want to make sure that I've got everything painted that I want painted before that dries out. That'll look good enough. How bad does that look? On a camera, it looks perfect. There's no imperfections. That's beautiful. Awesome. 20 at 20. Golden. I need to get heat gun, and I gotta get, well, not a heat gun, but a hot glue gun, and I gotta get my screwdriver. I gotta get a bunch of stuff. Change that, because I'm not listening to that. What are we gonna do next? I guess we can mess around with the LED next. Get that inside of its housing. Get that soldered up, and then hot glue that in place. Get all that prepped and ready. We can get this glued onto the mount. So this is going to glue onto here just like so. So once that gets done drying, we'll be able to just slide that on. Then the wires will come through here. The wires come through here and go through the nose cone. Doesn't look fantastic, but that's alright. You're never going to see it. So that'll feed through here. That'll come down in here. The ESP cam actually sits down inside of this right here. So that's going to be interesting to get that pieced in there. Debating on how the best way of doing this is going to be. Probably just putting a hot glue on this pad here and then working its way down in there. Maybe I'll glue the front side, put it in there, and then once I get it in place, push it down, and then hot glue the wires. I think we'll do it that way. I think that'll be a good way of doing it. Let's do that right now. Let's do that right now, because it's been on my mind for far too long. And what do I gotta get? I gotta get the hot glue gun. Oh, where's that at? Oh, it's in here. It's in here. Whoop, don't drop that. We're gonna drop everything right quick. Don't mind me, chat. We're gonna make you all nauseous just a little bit. I need that. I need that. Whoops. I want this. Yeah, the way that I have everything set up currently is you're kind of sitting on top of my storage bin of all of my stuff. It's the only way I could get the camera up at a good angle. So, sorry. Very, very sorry. Try not to make it too nauseous. What else do I need? I probably need more wire. Yeah, literally everything I needed was in here. I wish I would have known that before I started the stream. Not prepared. Very unprepared. Okay, just chill, camera. Camera has got no chill. No chill whatsoever. What else do we need out of here while I'm here? I want this. And I guess we can go with that because that's gonna have voltage. That'll help. I've got a brush. I've got. Okay, we should be just to make sure. And that just for good measure. Yeah, apparently I needed a bunch of shit out of here, but that's alright. Let's see if we can't get this camera set back up so we can see what the hell I'm looking at. Maybe? Hey, we're kind of back to where we were. Almost. Whatever. That'll be good enough, right? We can see everything. See everything over here. Add it a little bit further. Sure. Sure. Why not? We got a camera. That's all that matters. Alright, now I'm gonna need the hot glue gun. Should just dragged out. How long the cable is on that? Yeah, pretty long. That'll work. That will work. Hot glue gun. One thing at a time. One thing at a time, my friend. One thing at a time. We start getting ahead of ourselves. Next thing you know, I'm gluing my fingers together. So, but that's how that goes. So, oh, I hope everybody's having a good Sunday. It's colder than it's just cold out. I think it hit 30 degrees today. It's just freezing outside. But that's why we got indoor projects for now. All right. Get this heated up a bit, and then we gotta figure out how we're gonna do this. And I have no idea what these guys are doing with my music. It's just all over the place. What is this even? Huh. No. Alright. We'll go with the tried and true. Classic rock. Do. Classic rock going. At least I know what to expect. Because a lot of this stuff that I've been listening to today, just, I don't know where it came from. It just, here's some random shit. Listen to it. Not in the mood. Not in the mood. That'll just sit in there like so. I believe the long leg is the anode, which is positive. We got ads starting in a minute, which is probably a good thing. So that'll give us time for this to heat up. I can hit the bathroom right quick. Get out of this chair for a minute. Because yeah, not a very comfortable chair. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna hit the bathroom, stretch, walk around a little bit, come back in a few minutes, and everything should be heated up and ready to rock, and we should be able to go from there. So perfect timing. All right, y'all. See you in a few. Alright, we back. Alright, just in time, the hot glue has melted a touch. Piece of this paper towel here. Bring the paper towel to the glue gun. How about that? Because I don't think glue gun is gonna make it over to the paper towel. So we'll just add a little bit of hot glue here. Gonna make me break out a whole new stick? Of course you are. It's alright. That's why we got more sticks of hot glue. Gimme, gimme, gimme. It's gonna be kinda tricky. Did not hold? Of course it didn't hold. Of course it didn't hold. Why would it? Well, it gripped onto that, but it didn't grip onto this. That ain't good. See if that works. Hopefully. Hopefully that works. Nope. Alright, so that's not actually gluing to that, which is not good. Not good at all. Oh, what the hell? That's not good at all. It was not adhering to the rubber. Hmm. Might be breaking out the craggle. With some tweezers. Good grief. Hmm. That ain't good. Set that over there. Might be rearranging and breaking out the craggle. Glue ain't gonna stick to that. So what we'll do instead is we'll build a base layer and use that. Sure that it's actually sticking to everything. It's definitely sticking to my fingers. Yep, nothing's holding to this rubber piece here. What if I get sandpaper or something? Scuff that up so it'll actually something to score it with. That sucks. So yeah, effectively that should just glue into place, and it's not sticking to this, which is a problem. You know, I've got so much glue down in here that it's never gonna hit the wick. So much glue down in there. It's still sticky, so that's good to know. Sticking to the inside of this just fine, that's for damn sure. It is not sticking to the actual component though, which is the part that we need. this piece to stick down in there. And so far, this effort has been a failure. Wow, what a nightmare. That sucks. Yeah, at least we know the hot glue sticks to the PLA just fine. Doesn't stick to this very well though. So, we gotta figure out a way to get it to stick to this. You don't want to get glue on the metal piece because the metal piece actually heats up. Um, what can we do? What can we do about that? We could score it. We could sand it with some sandpaper. I don't know if sandpaper is gonna make enough grit on it. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Tweezers, yeah, those will work just fine. All right, what are we gonna do here? We can break out the Craggle. Craggle sticks to everything, but that means I gotta mess with the damn camera again because that's in the other bin that I'm sitting on. So hot glue is clearly not going to work. Um, bit of super glue might work though. Touch bit of super glue might work there. Be nice if that glue worked though. That would be much nicer. It's just not sticking to this. Means gotta scuff it up. We gotta scuff that up. Let's see if we got some sandpaper around here. We might have some sandpaper over here in the toolbox. Just maybe. Oh, that's not sandpaper. It doesn't even look like it's scuffing it at all. Not at all. Damn. does look like it's taking the shine off of it, so maybe it's just got a coat of something on it. Well, that took the shiny off of it, which is probably what was preventing. It's probably got a glaze or something on it. Silicone or something that would prevent the glue from sticking to it. So just continue scuffing that off of there. Get all that off of there. So it actually glues. Looks a lot more. That looks a lot more better. Oh, better. I bet it glues now. Nope. Damn it, Bobby. Damn it, Bobby. This is not what I want to be dealing with. That's very true, Jaeger. This is very, very, very true. We're gonna have to move the camera and everything, and we're gonna have to get to the craggle because the hot glue is not complying at all. Yes, I might glue my balls to my butthole. With the craggle. So far, this has been miserable, and that's the third try of hot glue that has not. It sticks to the PLA perfectly. It doesn't stick to this piece of crap, which is kind of pissing me off. And by kinda, I mean a lot. This should have been a 2-minute ordeal, not a 20-minute adventure. 30-minute adventure. 30-minute adventure of trying to get this piece glued in here. Glue's good and sticky, that's for sure. Doesn't stick to this rubber piece that I need it to stick to. Even after I sanded it, so it's still not enough grit, not enough texture, enough something. So, maybe, so that might be sticking up too high too. That might be part of why it's not actually gluing into place. No, no, that feels right. That feels appropriate. Not gluing into place though is beyond me. All right, we're gonna have to do some rearranging. Sorry guys, camera's gonna get all wonky for a moment. Unplug this so it can cool down because we're not using that. I need to glue this piece right here. This rubber. It's rubbery onto that ring inside there. So then this metal disc hits that little wick down in there. You see the wick right there? So there's a ring around the wick that this needs to glue to, and then the metal piece needs to touch that wick. So I gotta rearrange some shit so I can get to the craggle. I need the craggle. So we're going to set you over here for a moment. I think we're gonna need capacitors just yet. Yo-yos, that's the way you do it. You play the guitar on your MTV. That's the way you do it. That's the way you do it. Guys ain't dumb. Yeah, we got bins inside of bins inside of bins. To the craggle. To the craggle. What about in the 80s they were just like, yeah, whatever. We'll call people whatever we want. Doesn't matter. Uh-oh. This might not be good. This might not be good at all. The craggle might be bad. No. No. I think the craggle's hardened. Fuck. I think the craggle has gone bad. Damn it, Bobby. I do believe our craggle has hardened and gone bad. Damn it. Alright, craggle is out of the question, because I don't have any craggle. I wonder if I can get JB Weld with me. Craggle has gone bad. Need to add that to the list of things I need to purchase. More craggle. What do we got? Play them drums. What do we got? We gotta have something, right? We gotta have something that we can make this stick together with, right? Hot glue didn't work. Hot glue just smeared right off. Could add a coat of paint. That would be funny. Add a coat of paint to it so then it has something to stick to, i.e. the paint. That might work. Or it might just make a mess out of everything. It's hard telling. Alright, I got 3 of these. I buy this kind of crap in bulk just in case things want to be a nuisance. I don't even know if paint will stick to this. Let's find out. Let's find out if the paint actually sticks to this, shall we? A small little spot right here. Just see if that sticks to it. If I can get paint to stick to it, then I can get the glue to stick to the paint. Right? Makes sense? It should make sense, right? We're getting creative now, alright, people? We're working on limited skills and limited technology, alright? MacGyver the shit out of it. Alright, we'll give that a couple minutes to dry up. And then maybe we'll be able to get, if that sticks to it, I know I can get glue to stick to that. So, that'll be good. In the meantime, hot glue gun needs to get, that's still toasty. Toastily warm. Yes, it is. Good job. Good job. There we go. Set all that out of the way. We can get, so if we can get the paint to stick to it, then I can get the glue to stick to the paint. The paint will stick to the glue, and the paint will stick to the rubberish thing. If that works, then we should just be able to throw a dab of hot glue on there, and it should stick, and we should be good. Should be golden. Golden like shower. So we'll just set that over there for now. That paint's already tacked up and getting harder by the second. Yes, sir. That'll be fine there. Alright, well, seeing as that's a setback, pain. Yeah, I was expecting the hot glue to just kind of stick to that piece there. It did not, which a little bit bothersome, but we'll make it work. We always make it work. Did I grab the wire strippers and everything like that? I got wire cutters. Did I grab the wire strippers? I did not. I did not. Wow, we were just all kinds of unprepared today, people. All kinds of it. It's alright, though. They're right here. I got those. Anything else that we needed? While we're in here, because I don't want to have to come back in here again for a while. Worry about that later. Alright, yep. We should be good now. Yes. Looks like we're back to where we were. Whatever. Might have a little bit of a workshop getting set up here. That's dangerous. Yes, the $5 El Beautiful soldering iron. Because we're going to need to be doing some soldering. We're going to have to have to be doing a lot of stuff, honestly. There's a laundry list of crap that I still gotta do for this thing. I gotta solder that board together and make a mess out of it. See where we're at on this. Should be pretty tacked up by now. Oh. Oh, baby. Oh. Still flaking off? Are you kidding me? I don't know what the hell they use for rubber on this shit, because this is ridiculous. Because that ain't gonna hold. That's just gonna flake off. As soon as I hit it with glue, it's just gonna come right off. I don't know what the hell they use for this. This just silicone? That's just silicone. I'm gonna get me some more silicone and just silicone the damn thing. Feels like silicone. I don't know. I don't know. But we need the craggles. We need the craggle. Alright, so what do we got here? We got a jumper wire here that we gotta solder across. We gotta add in a positive and negative here. Is that the negative? Or is that the negative? The positive, that's a negative. Okay. Where is my wire cutters? Because I'm gonna need to trim these down to length as well. Of course, soldering iron works better if it's on. i.e. plugged in. Plug-in. Yitta. I have a dedicated flux brush. The dedicated flux brush is required. Guess we can turn the train off, eh? Up, up, up. There we go. Now we can actually see a little bit more of me and a little bit less of a train. As much as I like looking at the train. Whenever you're soldering, flux is your flux is your friend. Alright, we need to up there. There. A little bit there. There. I don't know if those are 3 holes. We're about to find out. Flux is nasty. It gets all over friggin' everything. Which is why that's got its own bin. Gets all over everything. It's not what you want. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Everything's falling apart. Hey, what's going on, Bellum? You caught us just in time. We're about to fuck some shit up. Sounds like fun, right? Yeah. Let's see if we can't. I can't get the glue to stick to this damn thing, and it's pissing me off. So we've now shifted gears to death and destruction with some soldering. So we'll see how that goes. Should be a little bit better than trying to hot glue, because apparently don't know how to hot glue or something. I don't really know. I don't know. Whatever. It's all got to get done, man. And my Craggle dried out on me, so I got to go and get more. Super glue would hold it. I guarantee super glue would hold that in place, no problem. I guarantee it. Um, but my super glue kind of dried out on me, so we don't have the we don't have the super glue, and we're running low on solder too. We're gonna be making our making our way to where we're gonna go, Harbor Freight probably, and it ain't gonna be today. I think they close at like 6 on Sunday, so maybe tomorrow we'll go to Harbor Freight and get ourselves some super glue so we can get that thing so it'll hold in place. I'm gonna get the driver board for it wired up, so at least that's done. Um, and then I gotta get the LEDs wired up. I gotta get these wired up. I got a LED, a tiny little LED, um, and that'll go inside of the light housing, which you can't see for shit with this camera and my black shirt. But yeah, there's a camera housing, or a light housing rather. So that's where the light's gonna go. It's gonna go down in there. Um, and then the wires come out the back side of it through the bottom of this. This slides over the top of this, and then all of that sits on this, which then I also need super glue anyways, so I can glue this to the nose cone of the train. So we're gonna have to get super glue regardless. So we're gonna be at a standstill as soon as I need super glue. So, but we should be able to get the majority of it somewhat up and working for the most part. As somebody else designed, because I haven't even butchered Walmart, Meijer. Yeah, I can make a trip up to Walmart or Meijer, I guess. Maybe. Um, I might be able to do that. Actually, I probably will do that because it's gonna bother me. It's gonna bother me tonight, so I'll probably end up after stream. I'll go up there and grab what I need, and then come back and maybe we'll fire up another stream just because why not? Something to do. Um, but yeah, like I said in the Discord, I basically painted the whole damn thing, and I never even hit the go button on stream. I'm just like, I get done painting, and I'm like, oh yeah, 4 hours has gone by. I guess I could have streamed that. But it's all that hindsight stuff. And hindsight's always that 2020 nonsense. Woo, the magic smoke. How you like them apples? I love that. I love doing that. Poof, magic. Don't ask me why I like doing that. I just do. So we solder that little connector piece right there. Ta-da! Ta-da! So fancy. All right, now the fun part. Now the real fun part. Give me this. I don't know if these wires just go through. I don't know if these are through holes or if I gotta sit here and mess with them. Oh no, they are. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Two bees looking at you, you looking at me. Just a shame, that's all. What we're doing here is we're deliberately and intentionally bypassing the push button on off switch for the mechanism device, whatever you want to call it. So that way we can control it externally, remotely. Get on there. Get back on there. Seed nights. So yeah, we're gonna bypass the on-off switch for this, so we don't use this. We don't use the power button, and we don't use the USB-C or the USB. Oh, that's really hot. Don't lean on that. I know better than to lean on hot items. All right, so just like that, bada boom, bada bing, we're all done soldering. Ta-da! Just like that. 2 minutes. So effectively, what we've done here is fucked up the negative, so we're gonna not be done soldering just yet. I need to get a better angle on that. Got it. Might add a little bit more solder just to be on the safe side. All right, that ought to be good. No, it's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. El Professional over here. So there's a push button right here, right? So there's a push button right here. Little tiny push button. We are going to bypass that by using these two wires. And we're going to make things better. So if you're ever soldering and you want to have your solder actually look nice, do the soldering first with long leads and then just cut your leads. Looks beautiful. Whoops, that is the flux. Shit gets on everything. Gets on everything. Gets on everything. And it's a pain to get off, but that's okay. We're prepared for these things. Let that cool off for a second. I'm gonna need more. I need more. I need more. More. I think I'm gonna put some hot glue on that just to make sure that the wires don't. Really? Cheap viewers? Oh man. I think we were really missing an opportunity there, Bellum. I don't know. Hey man, could have been a good opportunity. I still want to do the I still want to get the entire background. Like just have the entire background be stuffed animals. Nah, man, it's cool. I got enough cheap viewers. They're all right over there. They're right behind me. Yeah. Well, the thing is eventually that bot is gonna get tracked. Um, Eventually somebody over at Twitch is just gonna get bored one day because they're sitting at their desk bored, and they'll figure out a way to track that shit, and then just ban that account. So I mean, basically every account on Twitch that's able to make a bot has to be phone number verified. Um, but they've got to be bypassing. They've got to be exploiting something on the IRC side because Twitch is just built on IRC. Oh yeah. Okay, unplug this monstrosity of a hot ass thing because hey, it's hot. And hey, let's not do that. Put the lid back on this messy ass thing. Yeah, flux is your friend. Whenever you're soldering, flux draws the solder to where the flux is. It helps the solder flow. So, regardless of what anybody says, use flux. Even if you have flux wire, use flux. It really does help, honest to God. Not even lying. Nope, that doesn't need to be on there. That doesn't need to be on there. That's solder wick. Set that over there. Plug this back in. Yeah, it's a lot of plugging things in and unplugging things. Turn it on and turn it off, and turn it on and turn it off, and turn it on and turn it off. But it's okay, man. It's okay. It's gonna be all right. I promise. And I forget which one of these is supposed to have a resistor on it, and which one of these is even positive or negative or whatever. And I always do this, you know. Oh yeah, you need 6 inches? Cool. Have a foot. Why? Because you can use it. I do it all the time. Drag out way more than I need. And somehow, by the end of the project, I've managed to use it all up anyways, so it's like, whatever. Yeah, you need 13 centimeters. Sure thing. I think I spent $5 on this. You know what I mean? And there's a boatload of colors. And there's like a lot. You know, so for the 5, 6, 8, $10 that I spent on this, whatever. It works. It will work. It does work. It'll get there. Yeah, red and black I use a lot. A lot. Don't really need to use red and black. It's just easier to it's easier to differentiate red and black between, you know, like a blue or a green or whatever. And I will use blue and green. I use all the colors. That's another fun trick. You ever got coiled wire? Just kind of massage it a little bit while you're dragging your fingers down it, like this. And your coiled wire becomes relatively straight. It's a nice magic trick. So if you're tired of fighting with wires that are all warped and everything, you want some straightish wires. That's how you do it. A little trick of the trade that I learned a long time ago that pissed me off because I'm always working with these wires that are all bent all over the place. It's like, man, the red makes the electrons go forward and the black makes them go backwards. It does, and so does the blue and the green and the orange and every other color under the sun. But to me, it's just the most easily distinguishable. So when I'm just looking at something half fried out of my mind or half asleep, I can say, "Oh, that's a ground wire. Yep, that's a positive wire. Okay, don't crisscross those. All right. Where are we gonna put this? This is gonna go. This needs to go like right here, right? So that's gonna go like right there. Not even joking. So we need these to fold over this way. So, you not hot yet? What's going on? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Glue my balls to my butthole again. Come on. Thank you. Little dab will do you. And that just works as both a strain relief and an insulator, so then the wires don't touch each other. That's all that is. Nothing special, and very useful. Alright, we can turn that back off, because I'm not going to need it for a minute. Yeah, lots of plugging and unplugging today, buddy. More than I care to deal with. More than I care to deal with. Alright, so yeah, just a little bit of hot glue on there. It just acts as an insulator in between the two wires. So that way they don't arc out or whatever. And also it adds a little bit of strain relief and stress relief, so then you don't yank them out and break your solder joint that you just created, so you have to do it again. Because once this thing gets assembled, it's not going to be fun to tear back apart. It's just not. Oh, and I never even wired up the motor on this thing either. Oh well. It ain't driving around. It ain't driving around, so I ain't too worried about the Zamota. Not just yet, at least. We will, eventually. I gotta figure out what I need for... Let's see if we can't find some instructions. Instructions are good, right? I like instructions. Bop, 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 up. Where would that be? Maybe it would be over here. Maybe it would not. LEDs. That's spike. I don't have a train? What is going on here? No, 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 no. These, what's this? This is not. Nope, we got ads starting in about a minute, which is perfect timing. Didum 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 didum. Where the hell is my train? Oh, it's in photos. Aha! Aha! Here we go. Let us add this. So let's add ourselves a source. Let's use an image source. We'll just say image. We will find that file, which is, which one is it? Screenshot 36. This one? Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, so here is our basic wiring diagram for those that are curious. This is what we're wiring up. So the motor. No, are we going into ads? Yeah, we're hitting ads. All right. We'll turn that off and we'll turn that on. And while the ads are going, I'm gonna go and smoke one and see if I can't straighten my brain out. Be right back. Alright, we back. So here's the basic wiring diagram, and if we enhance, we can look at this right here, which looks like it is a don't mind me. Enhance, I tell you. Alright, what do we got? We got red, red, brown. So we come over to our fancy pants. I got too much crap in the way. I'm out of workspace. How are you out of workspace? Red, red, brown, gold. Yeah, is it red, red, brown, gold? Is that what you're saying? Red, red? Yep. Red, red, brown would be a 220. Yep, 220. So, effectively, what you're looking at here is if I can make some space. So I can make some space. And let's take this image here and make it really small again. Really small again. So we can get the hell out of the way. Really, really, really small. There's got to be a better way of doing this. Alright, so there we go. There's our wiring schematic. So, this this is your friend. This is a token resistor color code. So if you know what the color bands are there, so if we got red, red, brown, so you come down here to where it's red. So red is right here. Red is a 2 for the first band. The second band is a 2, and the third band is a multiplier. So we don't actually use the third band. We use the third band actually skips this column and goes over to the multiplier column, and brown is 10. So that makes that a 220 ohm resistor. And then we try to figure out life here right quick, seeing as I've managed to use my entire workspace. So generally, somewhere in here, you would start sifting through and look for whichever one had the numbers on it, right? But this bin right here and this bin right here are my catch-all bins of, guess what? I've used those recently in previous projects, and lo and behold, here we are, red, red, brown. So you can't see it, but I can. So that's all that matters. So there's our 220 ohm resistor. Put that back and close that down. Yeah, I might have a few resistors, um, transistors, and all the other good jazz. So a bunch of other miscellaneous crap. Oh, that was probably the best case that I ever got, and it was from Radio Shack, which is sadly no longer in business. So I closed up shop, and all of my, hey, I can just run up to the store and grab this one resistor that I need is now gone. So I got to order everything online, which sucks. So that's going to be that. That's going to be that. And I believe that is the long leg. See what we got here. Maybe I've got an actual. Oh, yeah. I miss Radio Shack. Radio Shack was my. That was my jam. That's where I went for everything. So, alright, this is showing that the long leg, so there are two different legs on this, right? See if I can't, I need something to hold up behind this so you can see what the hell I'm talking about. Hey, look, this'll work. No, it won't because it's shiny. Okay, well, either which way, you can see that one of the legs is longer than the other. The longer leg is the positive lead. Micro Center is, yeah, but even Micro Center is forever away from me. I think the closest Micro Center is still like an hour away from me, which is redonkulous. Um, So, noting that the long leg is the positive, that is the side that the resistor goes on. Um, Drop that down in there. I should probably just drop a dab of hot glue on that just to hold it in place, but we're not going to. So what you can do is you can just take that after you've got it through the hole and just bend these over ever so slightly. Ever so slightly. And that will hold it in place good enough for you to be able to do your soldering and whatnot. Um, it's going to have a little bit of play to it, but that's just because I didn't bend it enough. Bend it a little bit more. Bend it a little bit more. You don't want to snap those off because then you got to start over, and that's always fun. Been there, done that, which is why I brought 2 LEDs from the house. Just in case. Just in case. So we've got positive on the left, negative on the right, which for me is backwards, but that's alright. That'll work. Just so long as we know what is where. We need power again. Oh, power! Give me power! We need more flux. Workspace is running out of workspace. What is that? 3D printed model railroad? Seems like they would be fairly easy in theory. Actually, honestly, Bellum, they are. It's not. There's nothing complex about this at all. It's just I wasn't taking the time to draw it all up and print it all out when somebody already did it. So I'm not reinventing the wheel. You know what I mean? Like that's the biggest thing is I'm not trying to recreate the wheel. That's not my purpose here. My purpose here is to make cool shit. And if it means I got to stand on the shoulders of somebody else, so be it. You know what I mean? Like that's just welcome to life. I mean, whoever invented the wheel, cool. You know what I mean? And yeah, they have reinvented the wheel in multiple different ways. Like the lunar rover's got different wheels and all that crap and blah blah. But you know they got the run flat tires and they've got the crazy military grade tires and yada yada. But realistically, do I need to do all that? No. All right, I am going to want to. I'm going to want to cut off a boatload of this. But yeah, there's really no sense in reinventing the wheel. It's already been done. I'm going to want to cut that down too as well. And now, the shorter leg is the one that we're soldering to, which is going to be fun. Because I don't really have anything to grab onto with this. I don't really want to grab onto the bulb, but I'm going to. He doesn't have crossing gates, but he does have tracks. So he's got the straight track. He's got a curved track. He's got quite a bit of track pieces. But I didn't print any of those because my printer just wanted to be an asshole. So I said, okay, whatever. It doesn't need a track. Where we're going, we don't need tracks. Okay. So it just kind of fell to the wayside for me. So I just said, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's gonna sit on a shelf anyways. I'm not building a whole track. I got nowhere to put a track. It'd be cool if I did have space for a track. That would be really awesome. But I kind of don't. So that being the case, um, no track for you. No track for you. All I'm gonna do is just run this up here. So where's it touches, right? Want it to touch. Bada boom, bada bing. Touch. Do what I tell you. Cut even more of that off there. I have a Sobol SB01. It is old as dirt, and the bed on it is warped. So if you have to print straight pieces, flat pieces, it doesn't like it. It doesn't like it at all. And it not liking it means that you ain't printing nothing straight or flat. So a lot of the flat pieces that I have printed have had like a curvature to them, which is not fun to work with. It's not fun to deal with. It's not fun to work with. It doesn't come out looking good. It's it's just trash. I was gonna get a Bamboo Labs A1 when they were on sale, but I couldn't justify it. I don't print enough stuff to justify a two, three, $400 machine um, when I have something that does the job. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's not perfect, but is anybody gonna notice that it's not perfect? No. So you know what I mean? Like what's the sense in it? You know, I can't justify that. Now, if I was making this stuff for production line or, you know, I was marketing it or whatever, okay, cool. I could justify it then. But you kidding me? I'm printing off somebody else's print, you know, and building somebody else's project and then just modifying the shit out of it to suit my needs, as I do with everything. Because, like I said, everything's already been done. So, no sense in reinventing the wheel. No sense in wasting extra time on doing something that's already been done. Um, didn't we just listen to this? We did. We're not listening to that. Oh, here we go. Yeah, that's what we needed. Hell yeah. But yeah, for the most part, I'm not that huge into 3D printing. I have printed off quite a few things, and so long as it doesn't take up the entire bed space, you don't really notice the warpage in it. Um, like this, you would notice the warpage. This, you would definitely notice the warpage. The only reason you don't is because it's literally bolted together. There are there are physical bolts in the bottom of this, and I don't know if I can get them, but you can kind of see that there are physical bolts inside of that are holding that together. So that's the only reason that that stays flush. Otherwise, you would see the warp because there was a warp on it. So, especially with it just being a thin piece like that, yeah. But what do you do? You know, I mean, you spend a bunch of money on a bunch of crap, or just you know use what you got. So I run what I brung, and it still comes out better than not having one at all. So there you go. Solder there. Come on, work your way up. That'll work. The more of the flux. Way too much more of the flux. We only need a little bit. Thank you. And I'll probably want to cut down the other one as well, which we will. Don't breathe that in. It's very unhealthy. Very, very unhealthy to breathe that in. So don't do so. down there. Whatever. Whatever. It'll pool a little bit. I get over it. No, I can't print a pool table. But I did print a light for like the bar boxes. So at the uh, at the bar you'll have like a catch, the catch that's on the side. So at Pool League they would take the catch off, the catch cover. They would take that off, and then you could just access the balls because we already paid for it. Get the hell out of here. Um, so we'd do that, but the problem that came with that was where the people were keeping score, they couldn't see the balls that were in the catch. So them not being able to see the balls in the catch, I printed off a light, an LED strip basically with two 9 volts, and it clamps onto and uh, and it illuminated the spot where the balls caught. So then it was a little bit easier. And most people that play on the pool league are older, so they already got a vision problem. Um, so add some darkness to it, and they couldn't see shit. So I got tired of them taking 5 minutes to try to figure out, because in 9 ball you'd score by the ball. So it's not like, oh yeah, I made the 9 ball, I win. No, it's points based. So it being points based means that you got to pay attention to how many points are there. I didn't cut that short enough, did I? Probably not. Fuck. Oh, that sucks. That's all right. We'll fix that in a minute. So them not being able to see the balls was really really imposing and slowing down the whole friggin' night. It sucked. So I printed that off in an effort to speed up the process a little bit so we could see the balls, and they didn't have any excuses as to why they couldn't keep score a little bit quicker. It just got to the point where I was just scoring my own. I carried around a cell phone the entire time and just scored my own fucking game. I make a ball, I'd hit the button. Um, yes and no. I actually I started a project years ago using a Jetson Nano and basically AI to then keep track of how many balls were on the table and what balls had been made for a 9 ball. Old project, dead project. Um, it might get resurrected someday. It might not. But at that point, I was learning the machine learning and the computer imaging and all that stuff. So during that section, yeah, I went pretty hard in the paint with it and burnt myself right the hell out on it. Just to find out that after I finally got it operational, um, and that's just tracking the balls, and that's not doing any of the logistics on it, not figuring out, what balls are left, this, that, the other. By the time that I had it just identifying the balls, um, I had already burnt myself out, number one. And number two, the Jetson Nano just did not have enough uh, to do what I needed it to. So for the image processing and all that, without learning CUDA in depth, and I didn't learn CUDA in depth, so I was not 100% able to take full advantage of the, I don't know, 200 and some odd, I think it's 200 and something CUDA cores that are on board on that, which is just ridiculous. I mean, it's just an absolute ridiculous amount of GPU cores. So theoretically, it should still work, but um, like I said, it's a dead project. That one died. That one died a while ago. I might resurrect it someday and get back to it, but in the meantime, it was a lot of work, and it was a lot of beating my head against the wall trying to get nuances to strain themselves out, and there's lo and behold, there's quite a bit to it. So with there being quite a bit to it, it really burnt me out. And then not having a pool table at my disposal whenever I needed it for testing really slowed down the process. Um, so a lot of it I was doing like I would literally set. I got three different cue balls, but they're cue balls, so they're all white. Um, but they're not all white. Two of them have polka dots on them, and the third is a training ball, which actually has markings. I get those and show them to you here in a minute. But the so to identify the balls, you kind of need a full set of pool balls. You can't look at three white balls and be like, "Yep, it found the cue ball." Well, that's great. What about the 9 ball? What about the 8 ball? What about the 3 ball? What about, you know what I mean? So it was really hard to do any kind of testing on it without having a pool table at my disposal, which I have a pool table at my disposal. I might want to get back to that if I was gonna get back to it. Um, but it was really cool. It was a lot of fun to learn about. Um, and I do that. I go down these rabbit holes of just learning things just because I like staying up on what's going on and what things actually have, what the capabilities are, what the limitations are, um, of a lot of different things. Because a lot of this tech, I couldn't afford any of this when I was a kid. Are you kidding me? Now it's a $10 microcontroller. You know how much would it cost when I was a kid? Good grief, man. That would have been a $200 board in the 80s. So, yeah, it's tech has just advanced so much, and we have so much cool stuff at our disposal now that it's just I'm trying to get the most out of all of it as I possibly can, which is, a lot to ask because there's just so much. But at the same time, there is a lot that you can do with very minimal stuff, which really kind of levels the playing field a little bit with it. But at the same time, it's a lot. It's a lot to do. It's a lot to take in. It's a lot of information to consume. It's a lot of things to implement. There's a lot to it. Not gonna, you're not gonna work with me, are you? Okay, you don't have to work with me. I can bend the other end of you. Woohoo! If you're at home, don't do that. Don't do that. I do that just to keep the tip tinned up a bit. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's fun, but you get the shit all over you. It goes all over the place when it does that because it like splatters. So, and you can probably see it. I got some on my hand there, and it's very very hot, very very hot. So don't do that. You'll burn yourself. I don't want you blaming me. "Oh, I saw Jalopy do it. It's fine." Just know you're dealing with a trained professional here. All right. I have I have more than fucked up enough things in my lifetime to know what I am capable of doing and what I am not capable of doing. How it is, man. I mean, I'm lucky to be alive, honestly. I remember as a kid, I was playing with freaking black powder. Yeah, 6, 7 years old. Everybody else is out playing tag and video games. What's Jay doing? Oh, he's out back playing with some black powder. Okay, well, at least we know where he's at. Is he dead yet? No. Okay, well. It's that whole fucking around and finding out aspect of life. Oh, I gotta solder on a. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. I'd like to be done, but we're not done yet. We have one more piece to soldering. Yes. Get out of there so I ain't fighting with you the next time I need that. Yeah, there was yes, I was quite the wild child. So honestly, I didn't expect to see 30. This year will be 42. So still here. Still doing it. So we ain't dead yet. So that's where we're at so far. We got uh, we got a couple of wires soldered together. We got the resistor soldered onto the positive lead on this side. Now we got to solder on the other aspect of it, which is this lead wire right here. We're gonna need to cut this back quite a bit. I need this to actually come down. This needs to go like this. It's gonna need to bend. Jam. Guess I could have cut that lead back a bit more. That lead could have got cut back just a touch bit more. But, seeing as it didn't, we're just going to work with it. All I'm doing is just massaging this to be a straight line so I can connect it. Something like so. I want that to be done just a little bit more though. So we're in that area. We'll go like that. And why not? Paint on some flux. I've just got a bare wire and just ta-da, flux. Alright. Now let's Get everything positioned. And now that I got everything positioned, let's plug it back in so we can actually do something. Yeah. Normally I have this on a power strip, so I can just reach over and flip a switch. Um, but I didn't bring all my power strips. I only brought one, and it's currently housing all of this in front of me. So the PC, the monitors, and who knows what else I've got plugged into it right now. But yeah, normally all this stuff, hot glue gun, the soldering iron, yeah, anything that's got electronics to it is just a toggle switch. Just because it's constant on off on off on off on off. So I don't have a fancy soldering iron. I think I picked this one up for 15 bucks over at Harbor Freight. You're welcome. You know what? It works. You know, not gonna complain. And also not spending $200 on a freaking soldering iron just because it's got a turn dial and a temperature control. If you're doing stuff like this, you don't really need a temperature control. If you're using it all day long, that's another one of those things where it just I can't justify the investment of a $200 soldering iron versus a $15 soldering iron, especially for projects like this. I'm not doing a whole lot with it. You know what I mean? Like, there's not a whole lot going on here. So we'll give it a minute to warm up and drop a couple of drips of solder on there. Bada boom, bada bang. And then we'll have to fish those wires through this tiny little hole. Not the big hole. The big hole is the camera hole. That tiny little hole right there. So the big hole is the camera hole. The little hole is where those wires are going to go. So fingers crossed they actually fit through the damn hole. Um, so it's kind of one of those things, but it's all right, man. It's all right. We are professional. Make this shit happen, one way or another. One way or another. And generally, it goes pretty smooth for the most part. And we didn't even test this wires or this LED, so we don't even know if this LED works because I never even plugged it in and tested it. So, professional. All right. This is what we call live testing on hardware. Come up here. This is where I want you to be. I don't want you down there. I want you up here. This is where I want you at. Up here. Up here. Damn you, gravity. Damn you, gravity. Oh, it's causing issues for me. I got something to say. Yeah, it looks good. It'll be good enough. It will be good enough. The nice thing is whoops, 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 whoops. Don't do that. Don't do that. Where you at? Also, you don't want to do that either, kids. Alright? This is really hot. Alright? I just got done soldering it. It's very hot. Don't grab it with your bare hands. People at home like, yeah, I saw Jalopy do it. It's perfectly fine. Why do I have third-degree burns on my fingers? Because your fingers aren't calloused like mine. Do not grab. Correct. Because your fingers are not my fingers. My fingers are much different than your fingers. I promise. Be nice if I could get that to... Be nice if I could get that to slide. So, what we will do is we'll take the other end. Whoop. And we will grab... Do I have my pliers? Where's my pliers at? Bum 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 ba bum bum bum. Those ought to work just fine. Scalpel. Scalpel. Before I make a mess out of everything, let us relocate some things. Because I'm gonna make a mess. Professional. Alrighty, now, should be able to take this. That'd be good enough. Go a little bit further, but not much, so. No sense in forcing it any further than we have to. Alright, where's that other tool? Hey, there's that other tool. What tool is... Tool. There's the other tool. Yeah, reach. Got it. I got it. I got it. It's okay. I got it. We should be done soldering for a minute. I'm gonna set this over here where it's not going to burn me because I'm working around it. Set that out of the way just for a moment. We are going to come back to it. We are going to need it again. Don't be fooled. We will need it again. Just not right this second. Just not right this second. So now the question is do I add aluminum foil behind that, or do I just leave the light? I don't think I really want to mess with aluminum foil as well, so we're just going to leave it. I think we're just going to leave it. Never going to see it anyways. I mean, you might, but you probably won't. I'll get over it. But we are going to throw some hot glue on here just to seal this off. and keep these wires from touching each other. I'm gonna cut these back like a lot. This has got to fish through. This has got to go over it. And then this is all gonna have to fish through here. This is gonna be a nightmare. I was kind of hoping to have this. Yeah, yeah, there you go. There's how well your paint's stuck. So nothing is sticking to this damn thing. Not even paint. Um, so I'm gonna need to get super glue to do that. Gonna need the Craggle, which is unfortunate. And then this is gonna wire into that, and then I believe this wires into the motor driver. So the motor driver is here. You've got 5-volt ground, 12 volts. 5-volt and ground is what we're gonna feed into it. We should have, yeah. Up here is your control pins. So we gotta enable in1, in2, in3, in4, enable. Okay, that's enable A and that's enable B. So this is going to be the B. This will be A. So basically what this does is it takes 5 volts into here, passes it through all of these wonderful gadgets that are here. From there, you take the microcontroller, connect to enable A, enable B. Okay, so those two pins are just going to be low volt signal wires. They run on 3.3 volts. There's nothing to them. All it is just an on and off state. So it's either a 1 or a 0, high, low. So that's going to turn it on. That's going to turn it on. So you're going to have the high, the low. You've got all these pins that are in between. That's for your variable speeds. We're not going to mess with those. We just need an on and an off. That's it. So we'll give it 5 volts from power supply. We'll give it a ground from the power supply. Also connect the ground to the ESP32 as well. That way you have a common ground. This is going to get wired into probably A or B, right? So you'll have a positive and a negative for enabling this. So all that does is when this gets turned on, it says, hey, I'm on. It tells all this circuitry here to say, to send the 5 volts from here through the circuit out to the device. Okay, that's all it's doing. So enable A, enable B, B, A. This is your main power supply. So these pins over here, when those get enabled, it says, hey, I need power sent to this terminal. I need power sent to this terminal. And that's what we did here, is we bypass this on-off switch, this manual on-off switch, by soldering this jumper and then soldering in a positive and negative wire here. So these positive and negative wires are now going to be controlled by this. And it's going to be controlled via these pins here. And it's actually going to be controlled by this. So now all of a sudden we don't need access to this push button. We don't need anything to do with this push button. We should just be able to turn on the smoker whenever we want. Which is the goal. Because I don't want to have to tear this whole thing apart to turn on the smoker. If you're watching me do this, don't do that. It's really, really friggin' hot. All right? It just is. Don't do that. Just came out of that hot ass gun. Don't. That's just my disclaimers. It's gonna be. I'm gonna make an emote that just says, "Don't do this." Who'd you watch today? That guy. Don't do this. Yeah, that's right. I know him. That's the guy. Don't do this. All right, we're gonna need it off of here. What'd you do today? Oh, I watched the streamer. He just told me not to do a bunch of stuff. He made some really cool stuff, but he told me not to do any of it. Yep, that's me. Professional. Do not question the professionals. Cool. So now we've got an LED inside of the housing. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that nice? All that for that. 3-hour project for 5 minutes worth of work. I'm really good at the streaming thing, in case you didn't notice. I can drag shit out forever and get nothing accomplished. It's incredible. It's the best thing in the world. So effectively, this wire needs to go from here, right? So this wire needs to go through this hole right here, okay? So it's going to go through this tiny little hole right here, right? So it's going to go, and this is all going to sit on here. So this effectively is just going to go right here, okay? And then those wires are just going to feed through this hole, and they're going to feed through that hole. So they're literally going to go from right here, okay? So here's where it's going to go. So this is where it's going to sit, right? It's going to sit right here. So it's going to go from there, and it's going to go all the way to this board right here, which sits down inside here, down in here. So it literally is going to come in here, and it's going to go about yay far, and then it's going to bend about yay far and plug in. So we need about yay much wire. Wonder if I got enough. Wonder if I got enough. I need about 3 inches worth of wire. Yeah, we're gonna be cutting it close. I don't know. But this is gonna need some Craggle. I don't want to hit this with hot glue. I want to hit this with some super glue and make sure it actually sticks and stays and does what it needs to. Which kind of brings us to a standstill on that part of the project until I get some Craggle. We must get the Craggle. But I think that's gonna look really sharp. It's got the gold bracket, and then the camera sits down in here and shoots through that hole right there. So it's going to be facing forward camera, which this can actually double as another stream cam, honestly. And it would just be a jank stream cam because it's actually hosting a web server. So that web server is getting a image from the camera to the web server, and then I can use the web server as an overlay or as an add-on like this picture here, right? So I can't figure this out. Where the hell is it? It's right there. Okay, so that picture right there could effectively be this camera because all it is just a browser source. So, and if I got enough of those, we could have 85 cameras and nonsense. My PC would hate me trying to push all that data to Twitch, but we could effectively have a whole bunch of cameras of nonsense, which could be a lot of fun, honestly. Trying to get that to line up. I'm debating on whether or not I should feed these wires first and then try to glue it while it's all glued together. Because realistically, all I'm going to do is just have this. Fine, you talked me into it. Good. Whenever you're working with wires in cramped spaces like this, you want to make sure that they go into the space how they should be. That way you're not twisting the wires. These ones are power on the right and ground on the left, so just kind of fish it through so it's all right where it needs to be. Oh yeah, that's just beautiful. Oh man, I couldn't be any better if I tried. Yeah, that's just golden. And then there is a little bit of solder holding this up off to the just a little bit of solder holding this up, but honestly, that's actually going to work out in our favor. That's going to work out in our favor. Um, so yeah, that's going to be that. So maybe we hot glue that in place right now, just so that it's there. Mind you, we're still doing all of this. I still don't know if that LED works. Professional. All right, we don't need the professional. Um, yeah. So we're golden, man. We're golden. Just have a little bit of faith. All right. That's all you just don't walk by sight. Don't walk by knowledge. Just walk with faith. And realistically, where it stands right now, I could probably strip back a couple wires and just test it, just to see if it works. We can do that like right now. I need power. I don't have a power supply, do I? What do I get for a power supply? Anything? 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 Yes, 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 yes. No? Nope, I don't. It's in the bin, and I'm not moving the bins for an eighth time today. So, we may never know if that light actually works until I dig out my power supply and plug that in. Whatever. I do need to get some Craggle, though, because this has got to get super glued into place before I can go a lot farther. I need this in place before I feed these wires, is the problem. Because once I feed these wires, then this is going to be a nightmare to work with because it does have a wire coming all the way down and through. And that wire and this hole kind of coincide with each other. And these two wires are really stiff. And these ones are very thin, very, very flexible. But it end up being on backwards. Well, hey, sometimes, I mean, you put it on backwards, just pop it off, turn it around, slap it back on. You're good to go. But no, I've wired up enough LEDs to know that it's there. And I do have a bin of junk LEDs, and I'm fairly certain I grabbed these out of the good bin because I don't use yellow LEDs for anything ever. I never use yellow LEDs. Like that's yellow. Yellow is one of those colors that just gets thrown to the wayside with me. Um, Primarily because they're not super bright. Um, Green, very noticeable. Red, very noticeable. Blue, extremely noticeable. Yellow, it's a headlight from 1920. Well, I mean, it's just how it is. Just how it is. We got ads coming here in about a minute, which is probably a good thing. Um, because as you can see, I'm already standing. Like I need to stand up and move around a little bit once an hour. That's the blessing and the curse of the Twitch ads and taking affiliate. I run them 3 minutes every hour, once an hour. That way, I know that there's 3 minutes where, okay, cool. There's downtime. I can get up, I can stand up, I can walk around, I can move, I can breathe, I can do whatever. I can hit the bathroom like I'm gonna do here in a second. But yeah, so when all that comes back, this should be heated up and we should be good to go. So enjoy some Zeppelin. I think that's Zeppelin, right? No, it's Floyd. Enjoy some Floyd. Back in a minute. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Empty chair stream, I know. Makes everybody sad. Everybody runs away. And I'm so sad. Because then I'm all alone. But they'll come back. I have faith. They will come back. And be like, oh, he's burning shit to the ground. This looks interesting. I thought I was just there. Oh, I was. But he wasn't burning shit to the ground then. Alright, so. Yeah, no. No, I do appreciate everybody hanging out. Honestly, I do. Gives me somebody to talk to while I'm sitting here clowning. I ain't doing a whole lot of anything else. Just clowning. So we're gonna see if we can't get some hot glue in here. Got some hot glue in there. Now let's see if we can't get this on here so it's square-ish. Yes, it's still hot. See, it's all glued to my fingers. All right, don't do that. Glue your fingers together, and you'll be like, man, that jalopy guy, he showed me how to glue my fingers together. Taking notes, Jaeger? Are you taking notes, Jaeger? This is how you do it. I felt bad for him the other day. Jaeger was streaming and he was doing Gunpla, which I could never do it. Mad props to him for taking up that hobby. I could never ever do that. The intricacy of those models is absolutely absurd, absolutely absurd, and the tiny little itty bitty piece. I mean, tiny itty bitty little pieces, and he snapped off this tiny little itty bitty nub, and he's sitting there trying to glue it together. I was just like, oh man, I feel your pain. I really do. I didn't tell him that because I'm not that guy, but I was thinking it. I'm not that guy. I'm not the one that's gonna sit there and say, "Oh man, I feel your pain." No, no. I'm gonna sit back and laugh at you. If anything, I'm gonna heckle you, as I would expect other people to do to me. You know what I mean? Like that's where you get your laughs. That's where you get your kicks. It's the silly shit in life. It's the simple things. It's the little things. You know, and it's amusing. You know, simple, amusing things. It's not causing any harm. It's not. I mean, unless you're a snowflake, in which case you're probably offended. But if that's the case, you're not here to begin with. I mean, you're on the wrong platform. You might want to assess your life choices. But that's all right. So okay, so we got an LED. It's mounted. Ta-da! Yes, perfect. It's beautiful. Just like that is how it's going to sit. We're going to need to cut this down quite a bit. I'm getting a feeling. I don't want to cut it down too much though. Yeah, that'll be good. Once again, people, we need 3 inches. 3 inches of wire is all we need. We will make sure that we have 8 inches. Make sure you got lots of slack, lots and lots of slack, and I'm just gonna full send this because you know what the hell, why not? So that just kind of comes down in here. Just kind of comes down in here like so, right? Bada boom, bada bing. And it literally just has to do this. It literally just has to wrap around and plug right in there. So I wonder if we got enough. Maybe not. We might need more. Oh, we need more. I like all the people that got like the voice changers and shit. They're like breaking together. They got that demonic voice, and that's just because Andrew has not a lick of evil inside of him. Not at all. He's the kindest, sweetest person that you will ever meet. And you got people like me, and it's just like more. Oh, fucking. Might be a little bit of pent up hostility. It's a little bit of rage inside of me, but it's okay. It's all right. I'm working through it. The therapist ran away. Said, I think you're good. Just stay away from me. I don't know if anybody's ever gone to a therapist and been kicked out before, but welcome to my life. Come on. Give me some glue. A little. That's all I want. Just a little bit of glue. There's a little. We're not going to use the Craggle. We're going to use this. We're just going to full send. We're going to full send and clean it up later. Now, we don't want it wonky. That's what the guy said. He says, "Now you don't want it wonky." Don't worry, it's gonna be fucking wonky. It's gonna be real fucking wonky. And as wonky as it is, man, that's gonna look great on camera from like 30 miles away. How far away are you, Bellum? And that looks beautiful. Looks beautiful, doesn't it? I mean, it's right there. Looks fucking great. uh, that was always my joke when I was doing construction. How's it look? Fucking looks great from my backyard. I'm never gonna see it. I'm not coming in this guy's backyard to look at whether or not his fence post is completely square or not off by a half an inch. It looks great from my backyard. Looks fantastic. It's off by a little bit, but you know what? I'm not gonna notice it. You sure as hell ain't. Hell, I can't even hold it straight. How can you tell if it's off? See, hold it like that and be like, "Yep, how's that look? Looks good, right? Looks good. Looks great. It's fucking wonderful." Neighbors are gonna love it. That was the other one. Neighbors are gonna love it, man. What do you think of it? I don't know, but the neighbors, they're gonna love it. All right, so there we go. We have managed to assemble one piece of the entire friggin' train today. It's only taken like 3 hours. Bro, streamer, let's do this. I lost my zip tie for this one, but that's all right. I think it's over. It's on the other side of the PC. So we're done with this for a moment. And that being the case, move the hot objects away from where you're working. That's today's lesson, folks. That's today's safety lesson from Fire Marshal Bill. Let me show you something. uh, what's that? What's going on? Redactive. Yeah, oh my god, no. 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 You do know how big of a friggin' furnace you would need to make something even that size run on actual steam? And then I would have to actually cast it out of aluminum or metal. No, you're talking way too much effort, man. Jeez, oh Pete, you must be new around here. We do minimal effort, maximum output. That's what we do around here. All right. And and if we can't do it that way, we modify it so we can do it that way. Oh yeah, yeah, but they're made out of metal and they're really cool. Um, I've seen what you're talking about. They're really cool. But for this, it was just a 3D printed thing. Things that I have on hand, electronics I have on hand, 3D printer I have on hand. So it was basically everything that I've had on hand. So, but yeah, I've definitely seen those small steam engines, and they're tiny too. They're not even big at all, and literally they run on a piece of cardboard burning. Um, but yeah, those are really cool. But we weren't doing that. We're doing simple-ish. This is not simple. I don't know. It's simpler than that. Let's put it that way. So we've got our light assembled, so that's nice. We still don't know if it works or not, so that's fun. I guess that's kind of the surprise is how far into this can you get before you realize that you have to tear it all back apart and do it again. Um, but whatever, I get over it. We do need the craggle though. We need some super glue so we can glue this in place. And now we're going to be fighting with those wires, so it's going to be kind of tricky, but we can't put the microcontroller in just yet because we are going to be dealing with those wires. This LED is going to be controlled directly by the microcontroller. Um, this is going to be controlled by the motor driver. The motor driver is going to go all the way back here. This actually gets bolted down right here. So this gets bolted down right here. This gets plugged into that little connector right there. You can't see anything that I'm talking about. Um, Either which way, this tiny little plug right here, it plugs into a little plug outlet right there. This green board gets mounted right where it's at, and then these wires are going to go straight through here, and that's going to sit right on the front end here, like so, ish, kind of, sort of. A little bit of support underneath it, and then this gets bolted on after we do everything else, so that's cool. But yeah, that'll sit like that, and then this will just kind of hide everything. So let's pull that out a little bit, and there we go. Bada boom, bada bang. There you go. We're starting to look like a train. Whoop, whoop, whoop. What's going sideways here? Everything's going up. Questioning my life choices. Yep, definitely questioning my life choices. Okay, there we go. All right, kinda. All right, so yeah, that's kind of going to be what it looks like there. Um, Probably brushed. These are like El Cheapos. These aren't even anything special. Good old brush motor. So, and by the way, no, that's not wired up either. You're welcome. So, that's what we can do now is we can just kind of whoop whoop. What were those? Those are M3s. Those are M3s. Whoop, bump bump. Sorry about the mic noise. Apologize for that. I know how annoying that can be. Unexpectedly hear that come through on your headset. It's like my ears. No custom gearbox. It's got a built-in custom. It's got a built-in gearbox. There's no sense for custom gearbox. There was no sense for that. It's already got a built-in gearbox, so we'll just we're going simple here. We're going as simple as humanly possible because that's just how it is. We're gonna have to figure out which direction is forward as well. So that'll be fun. And once again, I still have no power supply set up, so we can't really test anything. Um, which is kind of cool. You know what you do when you can't test anything, and you got electronics. You just use the same color wire. It's gonna sit there. So you're gonna look at it. It's gonna look really good. um, does it pull cars? Well, there's a car here. Realistically, I could build a track for it, and yeah, it would pull that around the track. This is a ESP32 cam module. So that actually goes into the nose cone of this. So where the hole is right here, that's actually where the camera sits. So you get a first person view of the direction the camera's going, which is pretty cool. It's somebody else's project, but we're gonna build it out how they had it, and then I'm gonna butcher the hell out of it and make it do what I want it to do. Yeah. So somebody else designed all this to run off a web server that's hosted on the ESP32 camera, and then that web server that has buttons where you can control it, blah blah blah. What I want it to do is I want it to connect to Twitch, so that when you get a hype train that triggers, it the wheels spin. Obviously, they'll be off of the surface, so the wheels just spin. They'll free spin. This bit right here, which I was talking about earlier, is an atomizer. So what happens is that'll actually blow smoke. You fill the cylinder with water, so this will blow smoke. The wheels are going to spin. The light on the front that turns on. So there's quite a few components that are kind of moving here, which is cool. And it's a train, so it's the hype train. You know what I mean? Like, come on now. It don't get much better than that. So I have to break out the soldering iron again. So yeah, that's the basic concept of what it's gonna do. If I had more space, I would definitely build a track for it and have it drive around the track. I'll probably add in even more lights, more LEDs. I'll probably put on some underglow lights, LED strip of a sort. Probably on the back carrier here on the so underneath here, I'll probably put in some LED strips that give it an underglow. So that'll be pretty cool. We're going to get one of these that actually works, which is an LCD I2C module. It doesn't seem to be registering with my ESP32 for whatever reason, so I'm going to get another one of these modules that actually is compatible with the ESP32. I know this is compatible with my Arduinos, but it's for whatever reason not being registered as an I2C device by my ESP32s. So I'm going to have that, and that'll fit. This motor driver is going to get swapped out, so whereas the motor driver that sits here, I didn't have that one, I didn't order it, so I got to order that one. So I'll get that one ordered up, and then I'll put that in here, bada boom, bada bing. So that will eliminate this chunker, and then this will actually fit down inside of here. And then that'll display text as well. So we're gonna have text going, we're gonna have the wheels turning, we're gonna have smoke coming out, we're gonna have the light going, we're gonna have underbody lights going. Hype train. Because that's what you do, right? I mean, most people do it with software. I do it with hardware. Well, a combination of software and hardware, but regardless, primarily hardware. So, so that's kind of this project. So I figured it'd be fun. What do you think? Think that'd be enough, or should I add more? there anything else I should add to it? Because, I mean, we're here. We're here. Before I dig into the code and start programming it up, what else should we do to it? What else do we want? What else do we need? That's the question. What else do we need? But yeah, I figured that was plenty enough, you know? I figured a nice little LCD screen that's got, Hype Train rolling across it or, whatever level you're at, you know. So I don't know how that's going to look on camera, but we about to find out. And then I gotta dig through Twitch's API and figure out how it is that I'm going to tap into when the hype train triggers. So somewhere in their API is a notification for all of that because that's how all of their nonsense fires off for the banner and all that. That's above your chat window. So, alrighty, now this is the 50-50 guess right here. Which direction is forward? Well, I'll tell you. I have no idea. So, we've got a motor here, we've got a lead here, a lead there. Nothing is marked on these things, so you never know. So, positive might be positive, negative might be negative. We don't really know. All we know is we've got wires that are not long enough over here. These are not long enough. So, what we're going to do is we're going to come in here and we're going to reach for some new colors right quick. And we're going to get enough to come from there, down there, and around there. Yeah, that ought to be enough. Yeah, I'm always open to suggestions. I got no problem adding to a project or modifying a project or changing a project. You got another cool idea? I will totally incorporate it. No problem. Yep, we're going blue. You want to know why we're going blue? Because blue means this might be right, this might be wrong. That's what my blue means. My blue means it might be right, it might be wrong. You might have to fuck around and find out. Just saying. And chances are that I'm gonna be fucking around and finding out. And that shouldn't be of any surprise to anybody here. It's what I do. Can I build an airplane? Maybe. I actually have an airplane. Sitting at the house. I need to 3D print a tail fin for it. And when I do that, I'll have to print two because it's like a V, and it sits on the it's a really it's a really lightweight but rather large plane. Um, and I've got a couple of drones at the house too. So, but yeah, that's at the house. That's not here. It flies? No. No, it does not fly because the tail fin is broken. So if I fix the tail fin, it will fly. I would also have to figure something out for a remote because I think the remote broke. But that ain't no thing. That's just a transmitter receiver. That ain't nothing. Nothing we can't fix or modify or transmitter receiver. Yes, it did fly. At one point, it did fly. Drones still fly. I just don't fly them. First year I got my the one drone I got. It's not anything special. It was just it's $100 cheapo, and I took it out. What was it? It was Christmas Eve or Christmas Day one year, and I was like, all right, well, we'll see what this thing can do, And it was kind of breezy out. Next thing you know, there goes my drone. It just flies away. And I'm like, oh geez. So I sent it as high as I could so it didn't get stuck in the trees. Logical. get it above the tree line. That way you don't have to break out a 40-foot extension ladder and climb up on some jankety ass tree. Um, so yeah, I did that. I lost it. I'm out in the neighborhood looking in people's backyards, just kind of glancing over the fence, seeing if can see it. There's a foot of snow on the ground, and the drone is, it's pretty big, you know. Well, I made it over to the following street, so I didn't know how far it went. All I know is I sent it, and it went beyond somebody's house, and I lost line of sight of it. I lost comms to it, lost everything. So it just there it went. So I'm like, all right, well, let's go find it. Well, one of the neighbors are like, oh yeah, I see somebody over here searching around for things. Cops show up. So here's the cops. Here I am. I'm out Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, whatever. I've got a remote in my hand for the drone, and they approach me and they pull up. They kick on their lights and hop out. And, hey, we've got word that you're out here, peeking around people's houses and blah blah. I'm like, dude, I'm looking for my drone. Here's my remote. Trying to regain connection. Whatever. Just anything I can do just to not be tramping through people's backyard. I'm not trying to trample through everybody's backyard trying to find my drone. I'm just wondering if I got signal. If I got signal, it'll catch on. It'll lift off. Bada boom, bada bing. We're good. Um, the cop comes to me and goes, "Hey, can I see that?" I say, "Yeah, sure." And I hand him the remote. He says, "Whatever you do, don't go up to somebody's door and say, 'I'm here to blow you up.'" So, oh my God, this is coming from a cop. All right. I'm just like, geez, oh, Pete, just what the hell? Like, dude, I am not a terrorist. I'm out here just trying to. Yeah, right. Like, I'm out here just trying to find my drone, and I got neighbors calling, wondering what the hell I'm doing out here. And then yeah, the cops show up and tell me not to be a terrorist. I was just like, wow, okay. I guess that's the state that we're in. After that day, I haven't flown my drone a whole lot, um, just because. Couldn't imagine why. But yeah, so that's my encounter with the cops drone story. It only happened once, thankfully, fortunately, primarily because it's probably the last time I flew it. Honestly, 2, 3 years ago, 3, 4 years ago, something like that. I don't know. It's been a minute. Let's just say that. Let's say it's been a minute. Not that it matters. It's just a drone. I had another neighbor. They had a little tiny drone. Oh man, this thing was so cool. It was a DJI drone, and I remember when I saw it. But they flew it from their house at the front of the neighborhood, and they flew it all the way down to my house. Now I was out working on the Corvette out in the garage and just making all kinds of noise with it, open headers, the whole shot. Right, yeah, right. Like I mean, that's kind of redundant, just to look at their face, I guess. I don't know. I think he was just trying to be funny, and he was more weird than I was, and I was just like, dude, I know I'm a weirdo, but come on, man, like get with the program. Um, but yeah, the one of the guys up at the front of the neighborhood got a little DJI drone, and he flew that all the way over to my house. Now I'm willing to bet they were just wondering who the hell was revving the shit out of their engine and making a whole bunch of noise. This guy, who's got two thumbs and likes fast cars. This guy. Um, so as I was making a bunch of noise in the neighborhood, here comes this little tiny drone, and I just hear this, zzz, after I shut the car off. I was like, "What the hell is that buzzing?" You know, just hearing this buzzing, and I'm like, "Man, what the hell is that?" And I just start looking around, like, okay, I've either got a short on my car, so I'm just zapping something with electricity right now. There is a short on the house, which is just zapping electricity into something. And I noticed that okay, it's not in the garage, it's outside of the garage. So I go outside of the garage and I see this little tiny drone just sitting there hovering, just looking at me. And there's a camera on the front of it and the whole shot. And I'm just like, what the fuck is this? This is awesome. Just a little tiny guy. So I was like, man, I should get one of those. But then I was like, remembering back to the last time that I flew my drone that I already owned, and I was like, yeah, probably not a good idea. Gonna have the cops calling me because I'm flying it around and people are, oh, it's got a camera on it. It's got a camera on it. They're peeping Tom. It's like, dude, get the fuck out of here. Boop. Yeah, as far as somebody saying that they're gonna blow up a house, I don't know. That was just a weird cop being even more weird than me, and it's like, dude, I know I'm weird. Like, you ain't gotta tell me this. You ain't gotta explain that to me. I've known that my entire life. That one guy that doesn't fit in, same guy. The one guy that does really strange, weird things for no apparent reason. Yep, that's me. Need, I need my pliers, scalpel, scalpel. And all I'm doing is folding this wire over so I got something to solder to. That way it just holds it in place. Ba-doop. Just like that. And it holds it in place. And now I can hit it with solder. No problem. Nice and easy. Easy peasy. The initial part, not so easy, but now it's easy. Now it's a bit easier. As I've been doing today on this wonderful Sunday evening. Now that it's Sunday evening, isn't it? Yeah, it's already, jeez, it's 7 o'clock at night. We might have been at it a little while today. Going a little hard in the paint today, but that's alright. That's alright. That's how things get done, right? Get on there. Don't, don't do me like that. It did me like that. Now it's going to be a loose loop. We don't want a loose loop. We want a tight loop. There we go. That one's coming undone. Oh geez, it's all falling apart again. Rob was supposed to stream that Bike Fest thing. I didn't know there was a Bike Fest going on. Is that just because I know that they have the one on Friday, which is the hell do they call that? The end of days or whatever the hell it is. Get on there. Thank you. There she goes. There she blows. There she blows. Set those over there. See what this is all about. Yep, that's good and toasty. Critical mass. Yeah, that's it. Critical mass. Which I always kind of thought was a funny name for a bike event. It's like, dude, yeah, it sounds like the end of time, end of days. Probably not the best thing to be naming a bike ride. You know, you know what I mean? Like, eh, could have gone with a better name. But who am I? I don't do that shit. You see me on a bicycle? Fuck no. You wanna know why? Because I don't do that shit no more. Fucking old. I mean, I get it. Rob's old and all, but son of a bitch. Riding them bikes is a young man's game. Being able to kick your bike sideways in an instant to stop so you don't crash into something and lose all your teeth. Yeah, that's kind of important, you know? Kicking your bike on the side of inside of the two wheels and power sliding that bitch. My body ain't doing that no more. You know what I mean? And if I got to sit there and rely on just, locking them up and hoping that I don't crash, no, nope, not this guy. Not this guy. I like being in control of the vehicles I'm on. Of course, then again, you're talking to the same guy that's like, oh yeah, dirt bike? Let's go. Where he's at is terrifying. You know what I mean? Like he is riding on main roads with no shoulders, you know what I mean? Like where he is at riding is not ideal for being on a bike at all. Especially when people in that area are not aware that people are biking. Like they're just completely oblivious to it. At which point you're just going out there and looking to hurt yourself. And for me, plenty of things I can do indoors and hurt myself. I don't need to be going outdoors to do it. Deal with people? Really? You want me to go and deal with people while I'm hurting myself? That sounds kind of silly. Don't breathe that in, people. Don't breathe that in. That's today's safety lesson. Do not breathe in. You'll hear me exhaling while I'm doing that, and that's actually blowing all of the smoke away from my face. So do not breathe that in. It is very toxic. It is very deadly, very dangerous. It will cause health issues. Fucking beautiful. Like a pro. Like a fucking pro. It's almost like I've done that before. 20 minutes ago. Well, I don't know. What should have been 20 minutes ago, which actually was like over an hour ago. But hey, that's alright. Doesn't matter. And don't do this either. I'm wiping grease and oil off of my fingers onto the solder, which means that that is also transferring to my fingers. So, whatever you do, wash your hands before you touch your face, your eyes, your mouth, eat, whatever. You know what I mean? Proper things like that. You don't want to don't want to be rubbing this all over your face. You definitely don't want to be shoving it down your throat. All right. So this goes this. Cool. This goes this. Cool. Ta-da! How this is gonna go through here. This is going to bolt up via this way. So these are gonna actually come forward. Come down. Right. Right. Just like that. Alright, we're gonna hit that with some hot glue. What? You like what? Like my little exhaust fan for something? Yeah. Well, I'm not at my lab. I am at the boss's house. So we're just kind of working with what we got. So, um, if I was at my lab, then yeah, my exhaust fan and all that stuff would be running and blah blah. But I mean, realistically, if he was to show you around the room that I'm currently in. Yeah, it's about a 900 square foot room. uh, yeah, boss man might have a little bit of money. This is a 5 bedroom, 3 bath. This place is a fucking mansion. Okay, that's just all there is to it. Like it's way more than I could ever use. And just the room that I'm in, I've been in for a week now and haven't needed to leave. So it's quite the setup. This place is badass. And every chance that I get to come over here and kick it, I do, because it's primarily primarily yes, primarily that's why I come over here and kick it whenever I can, because yeah, pool table. And I have a lot of fun on a pool table, even when I'm just beating balls by myself, and even if I'm not shooting very well, I still have a lot of fun with it because I grew up on a pool table. So the entire time that I was growing up, I was always on a pool table. My grandparents had one in their basement. Every single family gathering was held at my grandparents' house because they had just a huge house, and they could house 30 people, no problem. Um, so every single holiday, every birthday, every special occasion, every event was always held there, which was awesome. And they had a pool table in their basement, and no obstructions though, which was really nice. But I grew up on that table, and it's just been something my great grandfather taught me the basics when I could barely see over the table, and he passed away some years ago. I think he made it to like 97. He was 97. I don't know. He was old, and but yeah, he taught me the basics, and I was just off to the races after that. And I just and then every holiday he would stop by and he would show me something different. He'd learned a new trick shot, or he'd learned how to do something else, or he'd noticed that my skill had increased, so he would show me something else to practice. And it was just every single time that he came into town. He was from Arizona, so I'm in Michigan. So if he came in from Arizona, it was quite the event. He was definitely a big part of the family. But yeah, he'd always encourage it, and he would always show me something new, and it always kept my interest. And then even after he had passed, um, you know, and as I grew older and everything else, I'd learned more and more and more and more. And there was always something new to learn. There was always something new to do. There was always some new trick that you could learn. There was some new breakout method you could and then once you get into using English and all of that, so it just really stuck with me because it was just constantly always something, and it's more that real world tangible hands-on stuff, that I was always akin to. So I don't know, for me it just kind of stuck for a great number of years, and here I am at 41 still playing because why not? But I've had a lot of fun with it. Yeah, I've had a lot of fun with it. I've learned so much stuff, and he taught me a lot of stuff, which was really cool. And he used to be a hell of a pool shot before he got old. And I say old by the term of, yeah, he was probably in his 80s by the time that he was teaching me things. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, he was old. Um, why are you not? Why are you not? Not hot enough yet? Wait longer. Yeah. So I mean, well, he's probably in his 70s by the time he started teaching me things, and then in the 80s is when he really started uh, drifting off a little bit. But and the biggest part of him not being able to shoot as well as he could when he was in his 70s, when he was in his 80s, is because by the time he made it to his 80s, his eyesight was just completely gone. He couldn't see. He couldn't see what he was trying to do even, but he could explain it to you. You know what I mean? So he could say, okay, put this ball here, put this ball here. Okay, now you're gonna hit this ball right here at with this speed on he could explain the shot to you, but he couldn't do the shot because he couldn't see what he was explaining, if that makes sense. So, and even then, it was still like Cheezel Pete's, man. Like, the old man's gonna kick my ass. So it was really cool. It was really cool. So it's something that's always stuck with me, and it will always stick with me. It will always have a great place in my heart, um, and my memories and everything else. You know. And then my grandfather, that had the pool table in his basement, just recently passed um, last week. So that's been kind of rough trying to deal with that. So there is no more option of going over to that house and shooting on that table that I grew up on, which is sad. Yeah, I mean that's life, man. That's what we're all here for. We're all here to die, and losing people like that, it really does suck. But it also makes you reflect. And for the last couple of weeks, I guess he died, what, not this week, would have been last week. So what would that have been? That was the February 19th? No, 18th, something like that. So, but that's what we're all here for, man. We're here to have a good time. We're here to die, and that's it. So everything you do in between is just kind of how you do it. So make the most of it. Definitely do what you enjoy. That was a man that definitely did what he enjoyed. So this glue is shit. This glue is just shit. Glue isn't even wanting to feed at this point. Yep, there's your problem. There's your problem. So yeah, no, he lived a full life. He'd lost his wife, um, probably 8-10 years ago. So for the last, and he was, I think he was 80 something, 86, 87. He was up there. You know what I mean? So like he lived a long life. There is no doubt about that. So there is no sorrow. That's one of those things that I've always believed is you don't grieve, you celebrate. Like you celebrate the fact that they lived that long. Like you celebrate what they accomplished in their time. And he had actually worked on a lot of big projects around the area. Um, the one that he was most proud of was when he worked on what was that? It's another building that they closed down. Um, oh, what the hell was that building? It was at the basketball arena over in Rochester Hills or Auburn Hills. It was Auburn Hills. Either which way, big basketball arena, blah blah. Um, and he worked on that, and he knew the owner of it. Um, he knew the owners of Joe Louis Arena. We used to go to Detroit Red Wing hockey games, and we'd get the executive suite. Um, like he was a very connected man, and he did a lot of good things. He prospered very well, and he knew a lot of people, which was really cool. Yeah, yeah. So we'd anytime that we'd go to the Wings game, we'd get the executive suite, um, which was a lot of fun. Especially as a kid. Oh my god, dude! As a kid, that was the cat's ass. That was just the coolest fucking thing ever. You go to school the next day. You go to school on Monday after going to a Wings game on Saturday. What'd you do over the weekend, loser? Oh, I just went to the executive suite at Joe Louis Arena. No big deal. Wait, what? Like, yeah, yeah. That's all extended family. That was actually my ex stepmother's dad, but family's family. You know what I mean? Like whether it's blood or not, family's family. But I spent a great number of years with those guys, and it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun, and yeah, definitely learned a lot from them. You know, and definitely got to experience a lot through those guys, um, which is really cool. But yeah, so that was a good times of being a kid, and of course, that's always coupled with the bad times, but I try not to think about those. Focus on the good. You know, focus on the good. It you focus on the negative and it breeds more negativity. So you just focus on the good stuff and then it brings more good stuff. But, but yeah, so that's kind of my backstory on shooting pool. You know, so of course as a kid, I mean as an adult now I realize that parents were just happy to get me the hell out of their hair and oh really? Yeah, there's a pool table downstairs. Go bye. And meanwhile, me as a kid, I don't give a shit. Hell yeah. Let me know when we're leaving. We'd be there till 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning some nights. New Year's party. Shit, we wouldn't roll out of there until 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. You know, so it was a lot of fun. You know, and they always made it a big event. So it was a really good family to be a part of. And that wasn't chosen by me. So yeah, no. And that's another thing is like a lot of parents don't realize how much of an impact they have on their children. They just don't, you know, good or bad, you know. But my parents were busy most of my life, just trying to survive, just trying to make ends meet, you know. But the impact it had on me, yeah, no, I was good with it. I was great with it because it was something I was good at when I was young, and I'd played a lot of sports. As to say, I played every freaking sport that there is except for hockey. Um, and tennis. I didn't play tennis. Are you kidding me? That's gonna do that to me? No, it's not. Okay. Yes, it is. Oh, that's screwed in from the top. We're good. We got an ad starting here in a minute, so I'm gonna take that time to find me another Allen wrench and probably take a leak. did not realize that this is. Hmm, okay, makes sense. All right, well, you enjoy your nap there, Bill. Always nice talking with you. I'm gonna take a leak, stretch my legs, because this chair, as comfortable as sitting on a dining room table chair with a pillow on it is, oh, it is not that comfortable. Uh, so, all right, I'm gonna hit the bathroom and whatnot. We'll be back in 5. What's going on, Matt? Matt over here booing me. What is this? What is this? Huh? Come on, man. I'm trying real hard over here, all right? I've been streaming for like 4 hours now, all right? I'm trying real hard. Trying real hard. I can't try much harder. If I try any harder, I might actually accomplish something, and well, we can't have that shit. What do you think this is? What do you think this is, man? This is not retro, all right? Retro actually gets shit done. I don't. Somewhere around here is a peg that this goes in. Somehow or another. Didn't really think this through. That's alright. There it is. There it is. Bada boom. Try not to think things through. It hurts the brain most times. Alright, where are we at? Right. Where are you? Oh, that's fitting. Dum dum. Dum dum. Dum dum. Remember learning this on the keyboards. I could play this on the marimba, and man, that sounded cool. Crazy Train on the marimba. It was definitely a different take on it, but it definitely sounded cool. Love the sound of a marimba. Marimbas are just beautiful music. Beautiful, beautiful sounding instrument. Get in your hole. Thank you. Not that far. Jeez, oh peace. Not that far. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, sure. That'll... Nope. Okay, so starter, and I think I printed two of the wrong. I needed to print a different one of these. I think one of these is wrong. I think one of these is wrong because that should be level, like straight across, not on a slant like that. I think I printed this one right because this is proper. It's a nice straight line across there, and this side is not not so straight. So this wheel might be getting reprinted um, with the proper wheel. So there we go. There we go. This is the guessing game as to which wire is which. We can worry about that later, but we're gonna shove that back through here. Put the motor driver in the caboose. Bop, 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 bop. Work with me. Work with me, baby. Work with me. There we go. There we go. Yes, work with me. There we go. Much better. Oh, I needed an Allen wrench. Dum 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 dum. Give me that one. A little bit of slop. That's all we want. Just a little bit of slop. Not a lot. Just a little. A little bit of the sloppy for the jalopy. So that'll go on that, like so. Whoops. Adding a little bit of weight there, buddy. Might need some support. Like that. And like that. That'll go like that, kind of, sort of. Like that. And like that. That'll plug in. It's giving me a fit. Did a bit of a bend there. Bend there. Get a bit of a tweak that direction. Something like that. So that'll fit on there like that and like that. Get that off of there. It doesn't need to be there. And then this will just sit over top of it now that I've got everything in place. And I gotta rearrange everything so it'll actually fit. And of course, it needs to plug into that, but we can't plug that in until we glue it. Hot glue isn't working, so that sucks. So all that will get hidden underneath all of this, like so. These wires are all going to come back to here. So we're going to have this like that. This is going to be all the way up here. Up there. There we go. Cool. Got about the right length for all of that. I need to get small magnets as well. So yeah, that's where we're going to call it today, I think. We got quite a bit done today. We need to get some Craggle. Got to get the super glue. The hot glue is not working for the atomizer, so this has got to get glued in, and it's not working. So the hot glue is not working. So we're gonna get some super glue. We're gonna super glue that into place. And we'll have to bolt this down. We got to bolt the front wheel on. We still got to get this wired up. So I'll have to make a bunch of connectors, which I've got connectors around somewhere. So I'll make connectors that'll plug into this, and those will go onto the different wires that need to get plugged into this, which is probably going to be these ones are for that. Is that for that? It should be for that, right? Yeah. And then I got to make connectors for, okay, so this one is the atomizer on off. So that's going to be controlled by the driver board, so that's right. These are going to need to get cut, bent, and twisted back around, plugged into this. So I'll make connectors for those. I'll probably stream again tomorrow, and we'll get this finished up for the most part. I'm going to do what I can. Let's put it that way. I'm going to do what I can with getting it finished up tomorrow, um, as far as the build goes. Currently, this has software that's loaded on it from the guy that designed all this, Lewis. I should probably drop a link to him so you guys can go and check this out. You can build your own. I mean, it's a lot of fun. Um, I've had a blast with it. Every time that I started painting it, hours passed by, and then realized that hey, I could have just streamed this, and I never did. So, um, but if you want to go and check this guy out, mute that. Check this out. Bada boom, bada bang. We'll go here. So here's all the code that we're going to be jumping through tomorrow. And we'll just kind of see how all that works. If you want to see an actual video, here's an actual video of the project that we're building. Obviously, we are going to modify it, and we're going to change it, and it's going to do completely different things than what he's got going on, in a different manner. What else do we got? And then he's got a website as well. You go here. He's got a website here that you can download all the files, and you can get, yeah, basically you can get everything, all the files that you can print off, all the techniques that he used to assemble it, all the techniques that he used to design it, build it, and have a working steam train. His design is controlled by a cell phone that is connected to the ESP32 cam via a web server that is self-hosted on the ESP32 cam. We're gonna butcher the shit out of his code, and we're gonna tie it into Twitch. That probably won't be tomorrow. We're gonna get his design up and running first. Once we have his design up and running, then we'll dig through the code and figure out what it is that we got to do in order to change it, modify it, and hack it to do what we're intending to do, which is to trigger when a hype train triggers. And that'll turn on the light, it'll turn on the steam, it'll spin the wheels. We're gonna build a bracket for it, I think. Once I when I reprint the wheel that's wonky, we're gonna build just a base bracket that this will sit on, that the engine will sit on, just so then the wheels spin, but it doesn't drive off of the desk. Uh, so that's what's to come. So that's kind of where we're gonna take a pause today. I've been at it for, like I said, 4 hours, 4.5 hours. So we got quite a bit done. Wiring and all that is always tedious. Trying to get things to glue into place can be a nightmare sometimes, but understanding that you have what you need and everything is basically laid out in front of us, it's pretty straightforward at this point. So it's gonna be hopefully up and running tomorrow, with his code, and then yeah, it'll be kind of cool. It'd be one step closer to being an actual completed project. So really stoked about that. Really excited to see this one come to fruition and actually be a hype train. So I think that's where we're gonna call it today. Let's see who's on that we can raid. Let's see if we can't find somebody. I don't even know. Let's just check to see who we're following. Oh, Jaeger's streaming. Let's go and see Jaeger. Because why not? He's only got a couple of people. Alrighty, y'all. It's been nice seeing you guys. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you stopping by. Appreciate the conversation. As always, I appreciate the follows, the subs, the gift subs, the bits, the cheers, the everything. But most importantly, I appreciate your time. Time spent with me is it really means something to me. So thank you for that. So we'll catch you guys tomorrow. I don't know what time, but I got a feeling it's gonna be a longer stream. So all right, y'all. Have a good one.